असुनी तनेजा जी हैं, प्रभु साहब हैं, हमारे दास साहब हैं, तो everybody is there. So with your permission, Prabhu Sahab and Das Sahab, should we start the meeting?
Yes, please.
Of course, sir.
और यदि जैसे मैंने उनको बताया था हमारे तनेजा साहब को कि मुझे थोड़ा जल्दी निकलना पड़ेगा, इतना ही मैं मेरे स्पीच के बाद मैं जाऊंगा जरा प्लीज।
ठीक है सर, ठीक है सर, ठीक है सर।
अगर आप रुक सकें सर तो बड़ा अच्छा लगेगा, हमें थोड़ा आशीर्वाद मिलता रहेगा और कुछ मतलब ऐसी बातें हैं जो आपके समक्ष होंगी तो हो सकता है आपकी उसमें कमेंट्स मिल जाएं, हमें कुछ मार्गदर्शन मिल जाए।
नहीं, हम आपके साथ में रहेंगे हमेशा के लिए, लेकिन आज के ना बहुत दूसरे कुछ प्रोग्राम है इसके लिए।
रादर हम वी आर डिलाइटेड कि आपने इतना समय भी निकाल लिया हम सबके लिए, हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स के लिए हम कनेक्टेड फील करते हैं हम सभी आपसे।
Right.
Thank you.
Now it is 200 plus. So now I ask Yuvika Gupta, Chartered Accountant, who is the moderator of this today's webinar, to start this webinar's proceedings. Yuvika Gupta, over to you.
Thank you. So hello everyone and welcome to the CFA's webinar on practical aspects of anti-money laundering laws, its interplay with income tax and other laws, and role of chartered accountants in handling it. So I am your moderator today, CA Yuvika Gupta. I am a talk show host and also part of KVG team and also the daughter of Vijay Kumar Gupta. So this is a 3 days webinar on Benami and money laundering laws. And yesterday was a very interactive session that we had, and we had attendance of 1,200 people. That is like way beyond what we expected. So congratulations to everybody, and this shows that everybody is so keen on learning, especially.
आपकी आवाज जो है ना क्रैक हो रही है।
हाँ, थोड़ी सी आवाज।
आपकी वॉइस काफी क्रैक हो रही है, जरा थोड़ा सा पहले इसको रेक्टिफाई करें बेटा।
Okay, just a second.
एक जगह दो डिवाइस तो नहीं रखे हुए?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Okay, so is it better now?
No, अभी भी problem है।
It's not?
Not.
Okay, one more second. And how about now?
यानी दो डिवाइस तो नहीं रखे हुए एक जगह पर, तब भी ऐसा होता है। अगर ऐसा है तो एक की वॉल्यूम ऑफ कर दीजिए अगर दो डिवाइस हैं तो।
आपकी लैपटॉप के पास है।
Okay. And now?
नहीं, आप काम करें, नीचे आ जाइए, सिस्टम को यूज करिए।
Okay.
In the meantime, we can.
Thank you everybody for the patience. So I'll start again. It's all right now. So hello everyone and welcome to the CA First webinar on practical aspects of anti-money laundering laws, its interplay with income tax and other laws, and role of chartered accountants in dealing with it. So I'm your moderator, CA Yuvika Gupta. I am also a talk show host and part of KVG team and daughter of Vijay Kumar Gupta, which is very clear now. So this is a 3-day webinar series, and this is the 3rd day on laws and money laundering laws. And yesterday was the 2nd day, highly interactive, and we had attendance of 1,200 people, which shows that chartered accountants are always very keen on learning, especially during quarantine. So since most of us here are chartered accountants, I would like to start by asking a question on valuation. So how do you increase the value of experience and knowledge one possesses? So think about it. So the value of the knowledge and experience that we possess increases when it is shared by everyone, and as a result, increases the value of their life in their business and other aspects of life. And today we have such a person who actually practices it, and he is none other than CA Suresh Prabhuji. So he is the Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and former Union Minister, Government of India. So we all know about him, but I would like to share one personal experience that I had with him, and that showed how approachable and accessible it is. So Sureshji, you might not remember or know this, but last year, so I host a talk show, my own talk show called UV Show, which was in production last year. And it shares stories of chartered accountants who are doing something different, like out of the conventional CA field. So they're actors, comedians, directors, and politicians. So I really wanted you to be on the show. But I was told that don't be too ambitious because you're new. Irrespective, I sent you a mail. And to my utter surprise, the next day, your PA called me and we had a discussion about what it is about. And then he started discussing about your availability. And I had goosebumps because I was so shocked that Suresh Ji is so approachable that the next day we're talking about your availability. But unfortunately, when you were free in September, I had to fly to US for my master's, and that was not possible. But now that we're working on a second series, I'll touch base with you again. But I really wanted to share this with everybody here because we somewhere assume that somebody who's busy might not be so accessible to us. But then, Sureshji, you're a true example of somebody can be approachable even when he is busy or occupied and has placed so many roles in so many areas. So thank you so much. And I personally welcome you on this Zoom from the bottom of my heart. And then I would like to welcome CA Ashwani Taneja ji. He is an ex-ITAT member, and whoever was present on the program yesterday and whoever has met him already understands that what an amazing speaker he is. Not only does he have a depth of knowledge, but he share this with us in such an interesting and engaging way that we continuously had a very high viewership on the Zoom and YouTube because of his speaking skills. So this is what I also discussed with him yesterday after the Zoom. And thank you for joining us again here. And then I welcome Shri Arun Das ji. He is the former chairman Appellate Tribunal of PMLA and Benami Law and ex-Director General of International Tax. So thank you all for coming here, and we are super grateful that you would be sharing all your information and the knowledge that you have and inspire us with that. And now I hand over to Mr. Vijay Kumar Gupta, who is a chartered accountant of 1987 batch when Zoom did not exist. So we excuse him for that. And he completed his LLB and qualified in solvency professional very recently. He is associated with public life in ICI through being a managing committee of Faridabad branch, NIRC, and a former central council member. Founding member of Kumar Vijay Gupta and MD of KVG Insolvency Advisors Private Limited. So I hand it over to Mr. Vijay Kumar Gupta. Before that, just a few points to everybody who is here. You can post your questions in the chat box and we'll try to answer as many as possible. If not, then we'll email you the answers. And then there's a PPT shared, which we've already discussed about. And then we have a maximum capacity of 500 people. So anybody who joins later can watch through our YouTube live, which there's a link on our Facebook page called CA First. And do CA First for more such updates on these interesting topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuvika. First of all, good evening to each one of you present here in this webinar organized on Benami and PMLA laws. It is already 300 plus participants. So on behalf of myself and on behalf of everyone present here, on behalf of Ashwani Taneja ji, I welcome our Honorable Member of Parliament, Sri Suresh Prabhu ji, our own Chartered Accountant member, to this webinar. Sir, we are really thankful to you that you have spared the time and to address all these participants. I am really we are obliged. I also welcome Sri Arun Das ji, our panelist for today's program. I also welcome Ashwani Taneja ji, who is the ex-ITAT member, who both are the panelists for today's program, that is on money laundering laws. We also acknowledge the kind presence of Sri Anil R. Dave Saab, Honorable Justice, who is the former judge of Supreme Court. Yesterday, we had the privilege to hear Sri Daveji, and again, I welcome you, sir, for this webinar. We also acknowledge the kind presence of Sri Rahul Gargji, partner PwC, and I am expecting Sri Harinderjit Singh ji also. I think he is there, our former Central Council member. So, good evening once again. Friends, I will not going to take much of your time. As you know, as rightly said by Yuvika Gupta, that this is the 3 days program. Today's topic is money laundering. Friends, I tell you how this money laundering is very, very important, not only for the businessman, not only for the public. This is very, very important for our chartered accountant fraternity as well, all the professionals, because we are the person to whom these people who are being involved or alleged in this money laundering transactions, they approach us. So this is the time, gone were the time that only the direct tax and indirect tax, these were the areas for our chartered accountants. But nowadays, a lot of other areas are there. And this PMLA or Benami law or some other emerging laws, these are very, very important thing. Because if we talk about the PMLA, this was enacted in 2002 and which was made effective in 2005. So since then, this law, money laundering law, has been very, very active, and many of the our professionals, they are expert in this field, like Sri Aswini Taneja ji. Aswini Taneja ji, when you will be covering all the material, these transactions under the money laundering, I would request you that when we were, I was a student just 1 year back in the money laundering course of ICI, when Das Saab and Aswini Taneja ji, along with the other co-speakers were there. So it was a wonderful session over there. So I found that many of the things which he feels, these are very simple in nature. But when we go into detail, then we found that many of the people who are being alleged that they have committed these money laundering transactions, these were not with the malified intention. It was their genuine transactions, but somehow was this during the trail of the chain, they were in between. So this is a very, very important thing which you please cover this in this. So friends, very important thing, because if you see the this punishment, the punishment in this act is very, very severe in nature, very, very rigorous in nature. This ranges from 3 years to 5 years, and in some 3 years to 7 years, and in some cases part 2 में जो चीजें हैं उसमें up to 10 years besides the punishment of fine is there. So this law is very, very important to understand, and we thought it fit that we should have some webinar where we can have the expert opinion. So today, Sri R.N. Das ji and Aswini Taneja ji, as they are here to guide us. So before I invite our honorable chief guest, Sri Suresh Prabhu ji, before that I would request Sri R.N. Das ji to speak about the overview of this program.
Can I speak first?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, honorable Suresh Prabhu sir.
I think I had given the promise to sir that we will give sir as early as possible the occasion. So
okay. Then I will take only 2 minutes, sir. So before inviting R.N. Das sir, this is my privilege to invite Sri Suresh Prabhu ji. Sir, all the participants present here, although brief about Suresh Prabhu sir, Yuvika Gupta has already covered, but I would like to have some more things about Suresh Prabhu ji. He born in 1953, and he is India's Sherpa to the G20, and he is the holder of Bachelor of Law degree. He is a chartered accountant, and he is a member of our own institute, alma mater, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And I am happy to share this information that he the 11th rank in the CA exams. Since 1996 till 2009, he was repeatedly elected as the member of the parliament. And presently, he is the member of Rajya Sabha. He was the minister at various times during the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government from 1998 to 2004. And he had the portfolio of Industry Ministry, Ministry of Fertilizer and Chemicals, and Power. When he was the Power Minister, as the Union Minister for Power, Prabhu Sahab introduced major reforms in India's power sector. In the Modi government, he has been the Union Minister for Railways, Commerce and Industry, and Civil Aviation. And besides these very, very prestigious positions in the Union government, he has constantly featured in the list of top 5 ministers in India from 2014 to 2017 in terms of both performance and accessibility in nationwide survey conducted by various institutions. He was declared best member of parliament in the 13th in April 2004 by Aaj Tak, a leading TV channel. Besides all these achievements and awards, there's a long list of achievements of Suresh Prabhuji. In the end, I would say that his affection towards our CA fraternity is known to all. He has always made available his services to the institute for any kind of support from time to time needed by the institute. On number of occasions, he was our chief guest in the programs organized by the ICI, regional councils, and the seminar. Sir, first time I got the opportunity to be associated, to be connected with you in 2001, when I was the vice chairman of NIRC. And that was the first time that we, as the NIRC, we invited you in one of the program. I found Suresh Prabhuji a very, very simple, down-to-earth person. And from that day, I'm admirer of Sri Suresh Prabhu sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present before you Honorable Member of Parliament, former Union Minister, Sri Suresh Prabhuji, to address the participants.
So, good evening, friends. And I would say good evening, my fellow chartered accountants. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for giving me this opportunity, but particularly I want to thank Mr. Taneja, who invited me to join in this. And I'm very honored and privileged by the fact that on one side is Mr. Taneja, on the other side is Mr. Das. And they will be actually speaking about all the technical aspects related to this program. And as someone whose knowledge cannot be questioned, whose experience is invaluable, and their ability to communicate is phenomenal. And therefore, in the context of all that, that's why I was requesting first Mr. Gupta and then now Mr. Gupta and earlier Mr. Taneja that let me speak first. I want to go because I have to attend some other webinar. I've been attending webinars after webinars and webinars. But I want to really congratulate you for working on this, and particularly in the context of the today's prevailing situation. The role of chartered accountants in ensuring that law is implemented in spirit could be phenomenal. I can say this, even though it looks like a self-boasting, that chartered accountants are the most capable professionals to deal with any implementation of law, but particularly we deals with finance, day-to-day business, and it has multifarious ramifications. Because chartered accountants by training, the training is done in a manner that they have an ability to deal with cross-sectoral issues very effectively. Therefore, on this particular topic, they are the best equipped to deal with this. If you go by the long history of economic legislation, this is one set of legislation which cannot said to be very old. This family of laws dealing with Benami, dealing with money laundering are relatively recent origin, relatively. As you all know, earlier times when the US was facing a big challenge, so was Europe, of anti-social activities, the drugs, those who were dealing with drugs, narcotics, or even in Japan, those who were dealing with underworld activities. How to control those activities was one of the major concerns. And when people realize that money that flows into this system is like the blood flowing into the veins. If the blood flow stops, the heart cannot beat, and therefore we will naturally a person will die. The same way it was thought that if you can control the ability of the money that fuels activities is properly stopped somewhere, it will eventually bring the activities down. But then, as we always seen, that law takes care of a particular contingency, but those who want to break laws, they are far, far ahead of the system. And therefore, there has been a constant endeavor on the part of modern societies to deal with such activities in a manner that will preempt them and also prevent them over a period of time. And therefore, this evolution of this family of laws has happened over a period of time. Actually, you're talking about money laundering and its also relationship with income tax. As you know, most of the countries, many countries, income is taxable irrespective of the fact where you derive it from. Even illicit income is taxable. Unexplained income is taxable more. You actually have to put penalty on that. But that's an income tax with a limited purpose. In fact, in some countries, there is a provision that if you pay bribe, it is deductible expenditure because it was treated like related to soliciting business. But that doesn't mean that payment of bribe in itself is a legal activity. So even if you have under the PMLA certain provisions, but Income Tax Act will like to ensure that by definition the income tax act is designed for taxing incomes. So the income will be taxed anyway. If you are having some other implications, the other laws will take care of it. But as you rightly put it in this particular program, and I really congratulate Mr. Taneja, Mr. Gupta, and all those who thought about it, to bring about the interrelationship between these various laws. As we know, when national laws and the government, national governments were trying to put laws into place to deal with money laundering, then it came to the knowledge that it's transnational activity. It goes beyond one country. And particularly after the advent of technology, when money started shifting from one bank to another in a fraction of a second, or even smaller than a fraction of a second, through SWIFT and other things, then it was realized that we need to work on a transnational basis. Some agreement has to be reached. People must work together to ensure it happens. So FATF started working on it. They started thinking about these ideas properly. And therefore, a transnational, multinational, global action was sought to be taken care of to take care of such issues. In between, as I was saying, it's not that old, but in between, the new phenomena emerged. And that is to deal with terrorism. With terrorism, again, the terrorism may be by some ideology or by some people who want to dethrone and destabilize the democratic elected governments. They may like to disrupt societies. But all of that they can do with the money that finances such terrorist activities. So it was thought that if you can actually track the trail of the money and stop that money flowing into this, it will also prevent such activities taking place. And maybe the act of terrorism may happen in one country, but the money that supplies it and actually happens, make that terrorism happen, may happen from many countries. And therefore, over a period of time now, the PMLA as well as Benami and other laws are also trying to deal with such emerging scenarios. I am very happy that even in G20, the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has taken a very important leadership into dealing with such laws and saying that economic offenders, irrespective of the fact where they committed the offense, if they actually go and take a refuge in some other country, the global cooperation is necessary. So he's trying to lead fight on global stage against anti-terrorism, but he's also trying to work on such economic offenses which are committed and which actually has a ramification going beyond one country. So this is a very interesting phenomena that we in national parliaments pass some laws, but the ability to deal with that effectively depends upon global cooperation, global help. And very happy that we are now linking with, therefore, the technical aspect. These two great friends of mine will speak about, Mr. Taneja and Mr. Dash. But the new phenomena, and that is why we are speaking not in person, otherwise Mr. Gupta would have organized a program in some very nice place, as the NIRC always does, or charter accounts always do. But we are talking on webinar. Why? Because we cannot meet each other. We are not able to talk to each other in person. We have to use this electronic medium to talk to each other. The virtual conferences are taking place. Taking advantage of this scenario, we are now seeing a new emerging phenomena. The people are trying to cheat. Financial frauds are getting committed because of this particular scenario. Taking advantage of this. It is like fishing in troubled waters. And therefore, FDI recently has issued guidelines about how to deal with this. In US the other day, some people were arrested because they claimed they got huge stock of protective gears for healthcare workers. And they didn't have any. But because of the susceptibility, because of the vulnerability, because of people now feeling the weakness in the mind about the emerging COVID crisis, people are taking advantage of it. And therefore, it's a time when a new kind of economic crimes are taking place or could take place. And therefore, to deal with that, we have to find out how impersonation can happen, how wrong representation can happen. And particularly when the business takes place, when you meet face to face, we can easily understand the person, and then we can therefore from his body language, everything we can understand. But when we are dealing with a situation where you cannot meet somebody in person, the possibility of person being taken for ride is more. Somebody saying that I will give you medicine, when he doesn't have medicine, he can give you fake medicine. The advertisement that are coming up, and a huge reservoir of doing good for the society, which is manifested in the fact that civil society organizations are coming out to help people. Even people are trying to take advantage of that by saying that please give me money, I will reach it to the right people. Whereas that money may be siphoned off. And therefore such crimes are getting committed. And therefore at time like this, we really need to understand how these laws can prevent it. Of course, we still need technology, because laws will take care of it once the crime takes place, and then the administration of law will happen. How to prevent crime from taking place to begin with. This is very important. And therefore, the same task force has also suggested that we can have a digital identity, which will ensure that we can actually understand that who is doing this transaction. We'll have to move in that direction, because now we are moving into the digital economy. The fourth industrial revolution will be driven by the digital economy in big way. And therefore, we have to think about all this. But I'm very happy that India has taken a big lead in complying with the international treaties that we are part of. Sometimes we have gone beyond international treaties. As I said, Prime Minister taking leadership in letting the world know about what next we should do. So he is leading in the discourse of how to have an international regime in which such type of activities will not be allowed to happen. So therefore, in that context, I'm very happy that today we are discussing all these laws, and particularly from the purview of chartered accountants. And as I repeat again, chartered accountants are best equipped to deal with any such eventuality as we discussed. So let me offer you my best wishes. I'm very sure it's an ongoing series. Already have one, today one, and one tomorrow. But we'll have many more. And we'll work together to ensure that we create a society where innocent will not be taken for a ride. And we'll be able to work on such a manner that transparency will be the guiding force behind economic transactions. So all the best to you, my friends. Thank you for the kind words that you have said about me. I would like to live up to that and promise you that we'll all work together, and you are the first right on me as a fellow chartered accountant, because we are all members of the same institute, same alma mater. So whenever you call me, it's call of my duty. I will respond, and I will be there for you anytime you feel like. But you please pardon me for going into some other webinar, but really appreciate this. Thank you very much. Really looking forward to working with you, Gupta ji, Taneja ji, Mr. Dash. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I can see a very good number of people now constantly increasing. I think, I don't know what is increasing at a faster rate, whether the participants who are registering or the COVID cases that are going up. But just rushing towards higher numbers. I wish all the best to you. I welcome more participants here, but I hope that less people will be infected by coronavirus over a period of time. Thank you very much. God bless you. All the best.
Sir, thank you very much for sharing the thoughts with all the participants and sharing the government initiatives. Again, appreciating and encouraging our chartered accountants, that the chartered accountants are well equipped to face any kind of situation. Sir, I, on my behalf and behalf of Ashwini Taneja ji, and special thanks to Ashwini Taneja ji that he talked to you, and I'm really thankful. And on behalf of everyone, once again, really, sir, we are obliged that you spared the time to address the audience. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our second panelist, Dr. Anand Das ji, to speak about overview on this money laundering laws.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. I feel honored that all of you felt like asking me to come and speak to you on this subject. So, a subject dear to me. I have been with money laundering ever since 1997, when I was a director in TPL. That was the place where it was drafted initially, just adjacent to my room. So I have been with this law for the longest time, probably. And in addition, I must say, it came to my good fortune that after leaving the income tax job as the Director General of International Tax, I was posted as a member in a appellate tribunal for prevention of money laundering, later became its acting chairman. So it has been a long road for me in the area of money laundering. So, and my favorite subject also. That being so, your invitation was very welcome. Thank you very much. The full extent of money laundering in India cannot be quantified with any precision. But all indicators, those are available. Of course, I'll place it briefly with you, suggest that it is very widespread and it is on the rise despite all that is being done by the Enforcement Directorate, IV, FIU, SEBI, a host of others, including many reporting agencies, even you and me. But despite all of us being there, it is on the rise in India. So, how it is on the rise? You can assume from a figure that India is the third highest trade-related illicit financial flow country from among 135. And the whooping amount of illicit transaction flow out of India is something like $83.5 billion during last, which is almost 3.05% of the GDP. It has been assessed by Global Financial Integrity Report. And it is not for the first time it happened. It has been happening from 1947. Mr. Kerr has given a very nice report on that. But during last 10 years, in illicit financial transaction, India figures in the top 10 always, not 3 always, sometimes 5, but it has never left its honored position of top 10. So, how does it work? It works, I can give a small example. A drug cartel uses trade-based money laundering technique to use proceeds of a narcotic sales to purchase used cars in India at inflated price to the drug source country, and that is how the money passes from India. And 3 areas in which the outflow of illicit money goes. And I am telling you, it is not other kind of a crime, the kind of a crime that ED is currently doing, like bank transactions, corruption, all these things. It is something that is happening under your eyes, under my eyes, under the eyes of the banks, under the institutions. Those are in 3 areas: is purchase of electrical machinery, mineral fuels, and machinery. These are the top 3 areas in which India's money illicit flow goes out. Let me tell you that there are substantial similarities between the techniques used to launder the proceeds of a crime and to commit tax crimes in safe havens. That is why even OECD's Committee of Fiscal Affairs has established a regular dialogue with FATF, that is the watchdog body for anti-money laundering. Both are, of course, Paris-based, so easy to have joint workshops. So it is a regular thing that often we think that tax evasion is not money laundering. True. Tax evasion in India is not regarded as money laundering. But the techniques, the purpose, and they are closely related also. The adverse effects of tax-related crimes are multifaceted. Why a person does not report to tax? Because he may be getting the money for bribery, he may be getting the money from corruption, social injustice, many crimes. It's worse. To make it really worse, such crimes have more profound and corrosive effect on institutions of state, organization, banking system, and erode the trust of the society and everything. And if it is happening so much in India, are we alone in this? No. We are part of the world process. I can tell you, anti-money laundering laws in the USA are highly developed, very mature and complex too. They started very early with the Bank Secrecy Act in 1970, Money Laundering Control Act 1987, compared with our law of 2002, taking effect from 2005. Then US Patriot Act of 2001. There are a host of 9 laws in USA that cover anti-money laundering regime. There, I must say, they are slightly different from us in India in recognizing money laundering. While what they consider money laundering? Conducting or attempting to conduct financial transactions, remark, financial transactions involving proceeds from unlawful activity, moving it beyond border or threshold, and the threshold is $10,000 or above. So only when somebody conducts or attempts to conduct financial transaction involving proceeds from unlawful activity, it becomes money laundering. Of course, conspiracy to do it is also money laundering. But in India, what we consider money laundering now? The moment somebody commits a predicate offense, a scheduled crime, whether or not from that money comes, even from an ancillary related crime money comes, money laundering takes place. That means with the commission of the crime and availability of certain proceeds, money laundering takes place in India. In contrast to US and other countries, where when those monies are sought to be transacted, is considered money laundering. How it makes it different? It makes it different. The moment predicate crime takes place, Indian Law Enforcement Authority, that is our enforcement directorate, jumps and says money laundering offense has taken place, and it also starts investigating the same crime for which either CBI or state police or many other narcotics bureau, they are already in the frame. So it becomes another competing agencies for investigation of the crime, dissipating the state's efforts in actually controlling money laundering. So what it does, it reduces its ability to control money laundering. I'll give you some quick statistics. Between 2005 to the beginning of 2018, ED attached total 27,000 crores of assets, out of which 50%, that is above 50%, the 14,000 related to banks. So fraudulent, all those fraudulent loans, the related things, which was easy catch, for which CBI has already done something, they attach that. The second one, 8,000 crores relate to corruption, which was 36%. That meant that money laundering in respect of known things like narcotics, terrorist financing, and all other more important, or even this illicit trade flow that is happening under the nose of authorities, those could not get adequate time. As it is, ED is working with 50% of its strength and working in areas, the priorities are not what it should be. And another strange thing I'll tell you, from 2005 till date, how many people have been jailed? For how many people have been jailed for money laundering offense? Not this thing, convicted, I would say. There are less than 10. And all these cases happened during last 3 to 3 years only. The first case was Harinarayan Rai, Jharkhand, one minister of Madhukoda. Then second was one S.K. Aladdin of Calcutta. Then Muhammad Nasad of Patna. And recently, Onos Ekka and former minister in Madhukoda ministry and his family members. First 3 cases, the amount confiscated was between 4 crores to 3 lakhs. Highest was 4 crores, least was 3 lakhs. Why I am emphasizing this? That the problem is enormous, but we are attempting our country's target area is unfocused. This is my personal view. Then, coming to, since I was talking about the US, I must tell you that it may seem outrageous, but New York remains one example of high amount of money laundering operations. As has happened in London before, which is still recognized as money laundering capital of the world, a safe haven for crime money, invested in real estate, banks, everything in the UK economy. US in general, New York in particular, have become playground of super rich crooks and shady characters who often buy property through cash in shell companies in safe havens. No one wants to see who is the real buyer and where the money is coming from. No one really cares, as long as money is not from Islamic terrorists. That is what it is. My understanding of anti-money laundering practices there seems they invite money in whatever you for their economy, and their list bother. During the period when Mike Bloomberg was mayor till 2013, and it gave in New York Times several expos. Several known crooks, narcotic crooks, invested in the New York property market, including many from Russia, even India. It is many people do not know. Politicians from India have invested heavily in the New York real estate market. So, my purpose of telling all these things is to give the overview that the money laundering problem is real, very serious, and it's world over. And unless it is tackled properly, the financial system of our country will surely be contaminated. Mr. Ashwini Taneja will go into the nitty-gritty and about the various aspects of money laundering law and the nuances of it and how it is worked. If any practical aspect is there to discuss and you ask me a question, I'll be ready to answer. But I think I must also tell you about one very recent thing that has happened. That is Financial Action Task Force last year, that is in 2019 June, gave, it is the watchdog for global watchdog for anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist efforts. So they gave new guidelines regarding virtual service providers, that regarding the virtual currencies to stores. They say that now the virtual currencies like Bitcoins, whoever trades should share the entire physical information about the senders, receivers of a cryptocurrency transactions, including names, account number, physical address, national ID, birthday, place of birth. And in the past action that took place, a New York-based bank has already suffered enforcement action on this. This becomes important. Why? Now, many countries even are prepared to start digital sovereign currencies. Like China is starting digital yuan. Even US is planning digital dollar. So with these, challenges for money laundering will be too great worldwide. So in this scenario, when the menace of money laundering is very heavy, and the efforts that in India is taking place is a little skewed and it is heavily politicized and not making a real dent there, the chartered accountant community has a greater role, particularly because our money laundering takes place mostly in the system, not outside the system. And it will be easy to recognize it, identify it, and also curtail it. So thank you very much. I had to give an overview. I should have completed it within 15 minutes. I exceeded by a few minutes. And I request you to continue with the technical session. I am available for any question answer if there is any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Das Sahab. It was really a very, very elaborate throwing light on all the matters related to this money laundering. Let us move to Ashwini Taneja ji. Friends, Ashwini Taneja ji is going to speak about all the aspects, practical aspects, complex situations arising out of this money laundering law. And once his session is over, presentation is over, then whatever queries you have sent, we will take after the presentation. So before inviting Ashwini Taneja ji, I would like to acknowledge the kind presence of our former Central Council member of ICI, Sunil Gulati ji. Welcome, sir. I also acknowledge the kind presence of NIRC past chairman Deepak Garg ji and NIRC past chairman Sri Surinder K. Jain ji. And I am happy that lot of this coverage is there from lot of cities. From Ludhiana, Rajiv Puri ji, HK Aneja ji is there, PC Goyal ji is there, Ravi Kapoor, senior member, Vinod Agarwal ji, and Pramod Nirvala ji is also there, and Tarun Kansalsi is there. And I am happy to acknowledge the kind presence of our Supreme Court judge, who is tomorrow's speaker, Amit Khemka ji, and Mr. Sudhakar Reddy, J. Sudhakar Reddy, Arvind Gupta from Faridabad past, and Pradeep Mahapatra. These are few names which I could recognize out of the photos present over there. So welcome once again. Ashwini ji, my dear friends, all the participants, today, yesterday, it was really wonderful session of Ashwini Taneja ji. I got so many responses, so many phone calls, so many WhatsApp about the presentation of all the three panelists yesterday, Dabe Saab and Fadnisi and the Aswini Tanejaji's PPT we are going to circulate. So Aswini Tanejaji, now this is your field now. Please, I welcome Aswini Tanejaji to this present to this webinar. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Vijay Bhai. And a namaskar and a warm good afternoon, good evening to all my professional brothers and sisters and all the viewers. And there are certain dignitaries. I may not be able to take the names due to protocol reasons. And I mean, deep respect to all the dignitaries sitting in the participants, sparing their valuable time. And respected Dash sir, my elder, from whom I have been little bit, whatever I am learning in PMLA, I am learning from Dash sir under his guidance because of his rich experience, not only of an experience of as an officer he had, but as a noble human being. The fineness of a human being, if somebody wants to learn, I think there cannot be anybody better than Shri R. N. Dash. Then special thanks to Dave sir, Honorable Justice Dave. I mean, I have great regards. And I mean, sir, you have been giving me a brotherly like affection, a kind of bondage which you have created with your blessings, treating me as your younger brother. I'm really privileged and honored to be part of that. And thank you, sir, for joining again today with us. And many, many special thanks to Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhu, who is not only a chartered accountant, that is what brings the sense of belongingness immediately. Apart from that, a really wonderful human being, as was said by Yuvika and Vijay Bhai also, and everybody can vouch for that. And we have been sharing a lot of things about in past. He has especially asked me to draft some guidelines that what kind of changes are needed in our country with respect to PMLA law. Then I said, sir, I will be making the changes. I will be suggesting the changes. I will talk to everybody in the country, whomsoever I can approach, to the authorities and to the people and to the officers and everybody, whosoever I can, to the businessmen. But whether the government will be open-minded. Then he said, actually, there is only one thing, that the change should be better for the citizens as well as for the country. And change should be something which globally other countries are, ready to accept. Because you will be glad to know the next G20 meeting is to be hosted by India in 2022, I believe. And our Sherpa, as you know, is Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhu, G20 Sherpa. He is popularly worldwide, he is known as like that. And our Honorable Prime Minister reposes great trust in his integrity, in his capabilities, and his competence to take the Indian flag ahead, particularly in this law now. So we are really proud and privileged that we can say our chartered accountant is representing before G20. And believe me, sir, when we talk about this law, you might be wondering that how I, from income tax man, I became, anti-money laundering law person or Benami law person or economic offenses. So because I found, friends, number one, our country needs these laws more importantly than even tax laws. That is the first reason. Look, we have our needs as a professional to represent our clients, but we have also duty to represent our country, to do something for our country simultaneously. Apart from our being professional, we can do that also as a human being, also as a true citizen also. So when we talk about that, we understand that our country needs. The only thing irks us is that sometimes misuse of law takes place, and because of which many people in the country who are businessmen or not businessmen are disturbed, and they talk to people like us, and then we share their pain. So here comes our exactly our role, that wherever the law is being misused or wherever the law is not being properly appreciated by the people, if it is being misused by the officer, or if it is not being properly understood or implemented by this side, then we can bridge a gap. We can create a bridge and we can reconcile, harmonize the requirement of both the sides. Because friends, yesterday I mentioned it and I will be mentioning again today. The time has come that when we professionals should realign ourselves. in terms of the contemporary needs of the society, contemporary needs of the administration of any country, be it India or any other country. Because as Suresh ji very rightly summed up, and Dasab also said the same thing, now we are going to face another threat when digitization will take place by leaps and bounds. So different facets, different channels will be used by the unscrupulous people, because a person with a criminal set of mind will do that thing only. And under this process, even sometimes innocent persons are also crushed. They are also roped in under the criminal, bent of mind. So now here comes the larger role, that we also not only update ourselves, but also understand that cost of non-compliance is going to be, friends, much higher than, suppose this is the cost of compliance, the cost of non-compliance is this. Earlier it used to be something like this. Now the cost of non-compliance is going to be like this. And it will be so much high that it will be difficult to tolerate for us. So it is better to learn those channels and methods, that how to make compliance. And to do that, we have to update ourselves, we have to change our mindset, and we have to align and realign ourselves. That is number one. Number two, why we chartered accountants? Despite being a chartered accountant, despite being a person specialized in tax, why I myself? Because this is a law where a greater role can be also fulfilled by a person who understands the finance, the world of finance and corporate structuring, business structuring, transaction structuring very well. The kind of analytical skill which is infused during the course of chartered accountancy we do. Great salute to our institute for that, and our trainers from whom we have learned the things. So the lawyer alone is not sufficient to take up this law. Any laws dealing with economic offenses. The chartered accountant alone is also not sufficient, admittedly. But what a special role a chartered accountant can perform, that must be understood by the chartered accountants. And to that extent, we should do some learning. So that is why I took up this task to, first of all, learn myself, whatever little bit I can in this ocean, vast ocean of knowledge. And then whatever drops I can share with you, whatever I am liking it. So after Benami law, one of my favorite laws, because of various reasons, which I'll discuss with you. So as I said that because a chartered accountant has special skill. Now, apart from that, one thing more I would like to share before I skip that. It is not only now one law. Yeah, you may be thinking that which law, okay, there are many laws, which law I should learn. And I'm practicing on, say, on some other area, say in the world of finance and auditing and due diligence, and many more channels are opening up now. So how many laws I should understand? After all, I have to practice in one area, or I should do practice in all the areas. No, please do not misunderstand me. We have to focus. Now the time has come when we must focus only on one area, only on one or two. One means anything which is allied in that. Because the complexities are going to be so large, so deep, so intense, expectations of the society, of the clients from us is going to be so high that unless I have super specialization, I will not be able to justify my role. So then why this understanding of these laws? Because of the another reason that there is going to be strong interplay between various laws. Because there is going to be strong interplay, when I am taking action under one law, trying to understand one law, I must have little bit of knowledge how the other laws are going to interact with this. So that whenever I take any action, give any advice, or on my advice, someone is going to take action, then it should be wholesome. It should not be devoid of absence of total knowledge of other laws. So that is how some knowledge of all the laws which are affecting each other is required. And when the matter reaches in the hands of the lawyers to represent in the criminal court of law, there also the role which is expected from us. To that extent, we give it on the platter to the client, and through the client to that lawyer who will be representing in the court of session, court of law, it is a criminal jurisprudence. So if we do not do this, then they also do these things. After all, if we do not perform our role, they will perform, but not as finished or as perfection or as excellence as we would have done. So I am reading the chat box also, and I am getting many things that Mr. Taneja kindly tried to be, very practical. Don't bore us today. I am aware of that, my dear friends. It is, of course, a bit boring law to begin with, only. And once you take a dip in it, you feel like dipping more and more. And but I will try to be very, very practical, very simple, and try to use a language which every chartered accountant can understand, and our learned officers can pick up the way I have learned the things from income tax angle or from accountancy angle. So if the hosts will permit me, the organizers, that I would like to share my screen so that I can begin my PPTs.
Yes, sir. You can share.
All right. Yes, here it is. Here it is. Here it goes. And yeah, we are on the absolutely correct point. Yes. So, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, right? PMLA 2002. How this act came into in India? What was the need? Whether it was introduced here in India firstly, or it has been imported from somewhere. We have copied, we have followed somebody, etc., etc. These must be the questions which must be arising, because it is not very old law. It was enacted in 2002. I forgot to mention in the first slide. It was enacted in 2002. In fact, friends, its need, in fact, began not in India, but in countries abroad. When it was noted that there are many people who are engaged in crimes of the international level, cross-border crimes, like drug peddling, terrorism, counterfeit currency, and so forth and so on, which is affecting, in which the channels are spread in more than one country. Arms and ammunition dealing in that, and many more such things, and taking the money, siphoning the funds out of the country, taking it somewhere else, etc., etc. So then it was found, it was felt by some of the countries that the main reason for this is that these people of the criminal mindset, they create a financial structuring which becomes the backbone, a lifeline, a bloodline for them. This financial structuring which they do, and if this is broken, it will be difficult for them to keep on committing the crimes like this. And they do it by changing the texture and color of the money. So which they termed as money laundering. So if this process is stopped, then it will be difficult for them to commit such kind of offenses, such kind of crimes. So that is how the need was felt at United Nations. Various resolutions were passed, and then one task force was constituted, which is popularly known as Financial Action Task Force. I'll not be going much into the detail, just very briefly, 2-3 lines. So probably just before 97, one resolution was passed at the United Nations that the member countries must, at their respective jurisdiction, enact the laws to deal with the menace of money laundering. And that is how India also started drafting the bills. First bill was drafted in 1998 in pursuance to the resolution part at the United Nations. So as I am also member presently of the committee of United Nations, that International Tax Committee, and most of times in April I was supposed to be there, but because of Corona we could not go there. Every year there are 2 meetings, one in New York and other one is in Geneva. So they are working, for the benefit welfare of the various countries, for poor countries, for developed countries, for developing countries, keeping with the different requirements. So that is how this resolution was passed at that time. And in pursuant to that resolution, we started working, and then one bill was drafted in 1997, and then another was passed in 1998. Then finally it came to an act in 2002. And that is the historical background. That is how this act was passed. But the only distinction which I find, or surprising point I find, was that what the resolution was passed at the United Nations was that the law to deal with such kind of heinous and serious crimes, for example, drug peddling, terrorism, etc., etc. These kinds of things should be dealt with. But eventually, what happened? The list of crimes which are covered here, that is scheduled offenses we popularly call, it become large and large and large. And even pollution control acts have been finally mentioned here, apart from Prevention of Corruption Act and various sections of IPC and whatnot. So it has become now omnibus kind of act, whereas the birth was given for a particular purpose. You are right. The first question which is coming to your mind is whether tax evasion is covered straight away as such. It's a very biggest question which must be coming in the mind of every chartered accountant, and we will definitely deal with it in the course of our deliberations. So as I said, I will be dealing with practical aspects, and this is a bold statement which this slide number 2 is also making, practical aspects of money laundering in the country. So don't worry at all. I am alive to that. I would not like to make you bored at all. So friends, you must be thinking how the interplay works. I want to give this very fantastic and interesting illustration which is open before you in the slide. Are we matching in the slides? Whether slide is changing? Which slide is open, Vijay bhai, now?
Chimpanzees वाली.
हाँ, बस ठीक है, ये मैं समझना चाह रहा था. आप सोच रहे हैं यार अश्विनी जी का आज चिंपैंजीज हमें दिखा रहे हैं यार, ये क्या है? हम तो मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में कुछ बात करने आए थे. Yes sir, money laundering, ED and chimpanzee, there is a direct connection. No, I am not going to offend anybody, not disrespect. I'm going to show the connection, how the things has happened. This report was published in newspaper where it was reported that chimpanzees have been attached by the Enforcement Directorate. I don't know if you have also read this news. So Enforcement Directorate, chimpanzees, यार बात कुछ समझ नहीं आ रही. Yes, it is fact. Reported case. How it happened? It happened like that. That Wildlife Protection Act is one of the scheduled offenses. If anybody does violation of this, it will be termed as scheduled offenses. When I say scheduled offense means offense mentioned in the schedule to PMLA. And forgery is also mentioned there. So one person did some forgery of some document, generated some document, misused it, and procured this to chimpanzees. I don't know from how and from where. And using that forged certificate, he also committed incidentally the commission of that violation of Wildlife Protection Act, and that is how he got hold of these 2 chimpanzees. So anyway, scheduled offense was committed, and these chimpanzees were proceeds of that crime, that is scheduled offense, and that is how the proceeds were generated, and that is how action of ED becomes ripe under the law. So anybody who does a scheduled offense generates proceeds, and proceeds can be attached under section 5 of PMLA. So that is how chimpanzees were attached as proceeds of crime, and then finally handed over to the zoo authorities for their proper upkeep and all that. So this slide only to show the wide spectrum and connect of how ED can come into place in anything which you cannot even imagine. I will show some more examples. Yes. Then you must have seen that recently in the news that Modi's Benami law has companies running for cover. And under Benami laws, many assets have been attached. And there is a talk that some of these would be roped in under money laundering also, and vice versa also. That those involved in money laundering are stashing assets in Benami names, so they will be also called in Benami. So Benami and PMLA will go hand in hand. Then this is very important thing which I wanted to share. CBI, ED, etc. They have to follow IT probes and multi-agency scrutiny. The 3 agencies are coordination among themselves as well as using the power of higher order data analytics. You're all aware about the data analytics. The power of data analytics, some people say, is such that the Trump could win last elections in US because of this technology of data analytics. So here in our country also, now multi-agency scrutiny will be possible because of data analytics, and inter-ministerial task force is also being created. Specifically section 72 under PMLA, we will deal with it, has been created for this purpose. So once there is going to be multi-coordinated creation of agencies. So now you can imagine on the one side, the laws are such, the legal framework itself is such that one law is interwoven with the other law, and then the enforcement framework will also be interwoven like that one will be working in tandem with the other. So both the things put together will allow the multifaceted action in any particular transaction, in any given transaction. Yes. So money laundering sir है क्या आपके दिमाग में आता है? मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग से क्या मतलब है? कोई कहेगा कि साहब ब्लैक का व्हाइट करना, क्या इसका मतलब है मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग? अगर इसका मतलब मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग है तो फिर टैक्स इवेजन क्या है? क्योंकि ब्लैक का व्हाइट करना तो टैक्स इवेजन आता है कि यूजिंग अनटैक्स्ड मनी, ब्रिंगिंग इट इनटू चैनल्स. सो दैट मींस मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग इज समथिंग मोर देन इवन टैक्स इवेजन. mere converting black money to white, something more than that. And what is that? Any guess? But I'm not in the seminar. I forgot. I'm in the webinar. So, in fact, the concept of money laundering is based on this, that a person does some bad thing, something illegal, some crime. And from that crime, he earns some proceeds. And from the proceeds so generated, he uses that proceeds into with the good money, meaning thereby he mixes it up with the good money, or he uses it as good money, or he portrays or claims it as good money. Good money means which is untainted, meaning thereby which is not claimed to be earned from any commission of any offense. So meaning thereby money say earned from theft, but the person is saying, no, I have earned this money from consultancy, from profession of consultancy, but whereas he has earned the money from theft. So theft is a crime, but he's saying it is from profession. And he mixes this money into the system by way of share capital or by way of in any other manner. He keeps it in bank account, does all the things, all the activities. So what would you say? Then we can say that he is using the tainted money, portraying it as untainted, and doing the job of money laundering, cleaning. Though some of the seasoned lawyers who may be sitting with me, they may immediately talk about the amendment which has come, and really this amendment will has a tendency to shake this very basic concept, but I don't want to confuse. Let us first of all grasp the concept, and then we will talk about the legal amendments, the judgments and all that. Then some of the activities I have put before you, false export-import invoices, showing loans, creating bogus companies, property markets, popular activities, beware, etc., which are channels of money laundering. And nowadays, these have become quite orthodox, and new channels have come up, like digital currency, like Bitcoin, like this, that. So friends, the first question which must be coming to your mind is about when you want to talk about money laundering, that which legislation governs the money laundering. As I told you, that Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002 prohibits and penalizes the money laundering activity in India. Then what are the agencies and judicial authorities who are enforcing it, and who is doing the grievance redressal mechanism? So firstly, the job of enforcement, as I shared with you, for the Benami law is with Income Tax Department. A unit has been carved out under the name of Benami Prohibition Unit. But for this, the enforcement agency is Enforcement Directorate. And it does the function of search, survey, and also provisional attachment, and also arrest, initiate prosecution, etc. And which in the court of law of criminal jurisdiction, that is the court of session, which is designated as special court. And all these functions are performed by the authorized officers under the act. Then we have adjudicating authority, like we have under Benami law. So after the orders are passed by the Enforcement Directorate, the first authority, which can be said to be a quasi-judicial body, which discharges the function of adjudicating upon the attachment orders or any other order passed by the Enforcement Directorate. So in a way, it is the first authority in the rung to address the grievance of any aggrieved party. Then it consists of one chairman, and currently one chairman, two other persons. The Honorable Chairman of the Adjudicating Authority is Honorable Shri Devinder Singhai, who is an ex-IS officer of 1978 batch. And other gentleman is Honorable Shri Tushar Shah, who was earlier a practicing lawyer from Mumbai. He was practicing under the law with PMLA only. And third one is Honorable Shri Vinodanand Jha. He is former Chief Commissioner of Income Tax, and now acting as a member technical or member finance, whatever may be called under this law. Whenever the matters are heard, these are heard singly or jointly. Matters are heard singly. Why? Because of the provision of the law is like that. Under Benami law, the position is that these are heard by division bench. But if the chairman desires, say in complex matters or highly sensitive matters, then the chairman can designate two members to hear the matter, himself or anybody else, or just two members. Then appellate tribunal. After the orders are passed by the adjudicating authority, then the aggrieved party could be Enforcement Directorate or anybody else. That is a notice against whom any action has been taken by the ED, that is accused. So under these circumstances, the appeal can be filed to the appellate tribunal. When we talk about appellate tribunal, it is not the income tax tribunal, it is the appellate tribunal constituted originally under COFEPOSA, SAFEMA, discharging the function under NDPS, then FEMA also, and now this PMLA, and now this Benami law has also been given to the same tribunal, which is also located in Delhi only, having pan-India jurisdiction. It was recently headed by Honorable Justice Manmohan Singh, who has just retired, and now only one person is there, that is Honorable Shri G.C. Mishra. Special court. Another very important authority, dear friends, which we should know is special court. That is wherever the criminal trial of the accused who is accused of doing the offense of money laundering shall take place. That is special court, that is court of session, and any one court of session is designated as a special court by the notification, and that is how that becomes the court for trial, committing trial of this offenses dealing with money laundering. But there will be not two kinds of offenses. One is a scheduled offense, other will be offense of money laundering. So who will do what? So suppose if trial for a scheduled offense is going somewhere else, some other place, I will explain with the help of this chart. Actually, with the help of this chart, you will be able to understand a broad overview of what the money laundering is and how the actions of ED are going to take place. This is a web of actions which I have put before you. How multiple actions simultaneously take place under this PMLA. So friends, on the top, kindly see, suppose this law, this money laundering, it is a law which we can say it is piggybacking upon some other law. So there has to be existence of some other offense, and on the back of that offense only this law will sit. So some offense means any offense which is mentioned in the schedule. So if any investigation is done by any agency, which could be Income Tax Department, Police, CBI, NCB, Forest Department, there could be many more agencies, a few names only I have given. And if it files some report during the course of its investigation, if it finds that that process has generated proceeds of crime and is laundering it, then it can also share this information with the Enforcement Directorate. And once this information is shared by way of, say, complaint which is filed or charge sheet filed in the jurisdictional court, that is special court, the court of sessions, then Enforcement Directorate can immediately come into action. And how it can come into action? It can simultaneously take two actions. One action is this complaint to the court, that is under section 45 of PMLA, that yes, this person, so and so person has committed the offense of money laundering. He is arrested, he should be put behind bars and all that, but not. And the second action with which we chartered accountants would mostly be associated, that is the action of making provisional attachment of the properties. Which properties? Well, that is a big question, cannot be answered so easily. And that is where the entire, debate is going on. And then the authority against the provisional attachment order will be adjudicing authority. And if it is confirmed, then appellate tribunal, as I have already shared. Then in the special court will be doing the two tasks. One, it can do the conviction of the scheduled offense for the scheduled offense of the accused. Then it can also do conviction for the offense of money laundering. So special court will be doing two things. So suppose in the special court, some scheduled offense is going on somewhere else for scheduled offense. And this designated court for PMLA is, say, in Delhi. And this is maybe in Delhi or maybe elsewhere. Then the PMLA law says that ED can file application before that court which is committed for trial of scheduled offense, and that trial court shall be bound to commit this case to the special court, so that special court can carry it further with regard to both the offenses. And that is how the conviction offense of money laundering will be, conviction will be done or trial will be done. So both the offenses will be subjected to trial by the special court simultaneously, though the orders can be passed independently as per the wisdom of the court and as has been provided and permitted under the law. Then ultimately, if conviction is done, then that special court will also take action about the confiscation of the property. Yes, here arises another big controversy. So if the decision about the confiscation of the property is to be taken by the that court, that is special court, then attachment is being adjudicated here by the adjudicating authority. How will they adjudicate? That is where, the uniqueness though of this law comes into picture and comes into question, that how to harmonize that at the stage of confirmation of attachment, on what basis adjudicating authority can confirm the attachment or appellate tribunal can decide, and how the provisions have been envisaged, what is the intention of the legislature. That is where the entire debate is going on. Everybody is making his own guess without properly understanding the law. ED is working in its own fashion because of lack of proper guidance, or whatever guidance is given because of certain other pressures, they are not able to implement the law properly. Similarly, on the other side, the professionals are also not properly guided. The officers who have to enforce the law, or the officers who have to educate or to preside over, are not also able to sometimes properly able to take it further. And that is why the law has become sometimes so harsh, sometimes so irrational, that sometimes it appears the benefits are very small, but the cost which the every citizen of the country is going to bear is going to be very, very large. So should I share some practical examples straight away, or some little bit of some definitions at least? At least you understand the basics of this money laundering. So I will give you the live practical examples also. And wherever you feel like, I will skip all the slides and come to the practical examples only. But we have time, I think. Let me, take little bit of this slide thing. So friends, with regard to slides, with regard to this first thing, what is money laundering? We have understood in common parlance. Now we have to understand in legal parlance also. And though there is going to be a lot of controversy in legal parlance, but let us make an attempt to understand. I am able to clarify the concept before you. Section 3 defines the offense of money laundering. It says the PMLA defines the offense of money laundering under Section 3 as whosoever directly or indirectly attempts to indulge or knowingly assists or knowingly is a party or is actually involved in any process or activity connected with the pursuits of crime, including its concealment, possession, acquisition, or use, and projecting or claiming as untainted property, shall be guilty of offense of money laundering. So there has to be, first of all, attempt of a person. Rather, attempt of a person in doing what? Is in the activity connected, in the activity of crime, he should be involved in that, and that he should be, or he should be involved in the activity connected with the pursuits of crime, right? Either of these, or at least in the pursuits of crime. And thereafter it says and. If you see this word and, I have put in red color. Now, since I have put in red color, it means this and is an important condition, because everything thereafter is beginning with the word, preceding with the word and. Therefore, it is a necessary conjunctive and it has to be read with that. But I have put it in red color because there is some question mark because of the recent amendment made in 2019, made with effect on 1st August 2019 by the Finance Act 2019. So because of this, lot of problems are coming. Okay, let me first of all clarify how the law stood before 1st August 2019. So before 1st August 2009, there is a word and therefore there has to be projection or claiming as untainted money. Property shall be guilty of offense of money laundering. So meaning thereby, not only that the person is doing a crime, not only that he is earning proceeds of crime, but he has to also portray that proceeds of crime as untainted. Unless he portrays that amount as untainted, he cannot be said to be involved in the offense of money laundering. He can be guilty of offense under other law. Whatever he has done dacoity, he will be punishable there. He has done theft, he will be punishable. He has done forgery, he will be punishable there. He has accepted any bribe, he will be punishable under Prevention of Corruption Act. But he will not be punishable under offense of money laundering unless he uses it as clean money, mixes it up in the system where the clean money is kept. Unless it is done, he will not be. That is a position of law. That is a conceptual framework of the concept of money laundering as is understood in the entire world. Because if the person is committed for the offense of money laundering, for that offense again, merely because he has earned proceeds, if he is punished in that offense and as well as money laundering, that it will be kind of double whammy, punishing a person twice for the same transaction. That is why, as I said, money laundering is an independent offense. It sits on the back of the main offense, but still it is an independent offense. So therefore this word and is there. The second condition is mandatory. But because of this explanation, this some kind of confusion is arising, friends. So I will read that explanation, which is added with effect from, I think you can read in the slide. New amendment is added with effect from 1st August 2019. Now it says, explanation says, for the removal of doubt, it is hereby clarified that, it repeats the same thing, and then namely, concealment or possession or acquisition or use or projecting as unintended money or. So this word projecting now precedes it and or succeeds it. So because of this placement of or, it is an impression is coming out as if this projection is now optional. Even if a person does not project, the merely because he does a crime and earns some proceeds, it will be amounting to offense of money laundering. That is the impression which some people are taking, but that will amount to shaking the very concept of money laundering, and that is not possible because of the entire framework on the basis of which this law has been constituted. But since it's a very recent amendment, a lot of analysis needs to be done. Many judgments are expected on this. And then the second explanation which has been added is the process or activity connected with the pursuits of crime is a continuing activity and continues till such time a person is directly or indirectly enjoys the pursuits of crime. In fact, why this explanation was considered necessary? Because what happened, there are certain scheduled offenses which were added subsequently, which were not there earlier. Since which were not there earlier in the law, many people argued that this offense was so-called scheduled offense was done prior to amendment of scheduled offenses, and when this offense was not notified as scheduled offense, so alleged scheduled offense was prior to that, so therefore it cannot be put into the definition of money laundering. But that person was holding the proceeds of crime till date, allegedly. So that is why the legislature had to bring out amendment that if the proceeds are continued to be held, then that will be a continuing activity. So immediately thereafter, even if as on date, the person is caught hold of with that proceeds of crime, he can be booked as having committed an offense under section 3 of PMLA. That is money laundering. Yes, friend. Then now the next question arises, and which is the most large controversy. I mean, the largest controversy, I will say, under the legal hustle bustles or confusions arising under this law, is the definition of proceeds of crime. What actually the proceeds of crime is. Though we have to see the legal definition, and I will discuss with you. But believe me, friends, whenever there are huge complex of transaction, it is a chartered accountant kind of person only who can really assist the courts and the lawyers and the clients in computing the appropriate amount of proceeds of crime as is defined under the law. So section 2(1)(u) defines proceeds of crime, and it says proceeds of crime means any property derived or obtained directly or indirectly by any person as a result of criminal activity relating to a scheduled offense, or the value of any such property, or where the property is taken or held outside the country, then the property equivalent in the value held within the country. So again, a question arises, friends, here. There are two things which are mentioned here. One is that any property derived from proceeds. Then other sentence says, or the value of such property. And the third says, if the property is taken abroad. So the question arises, now, if a person does some theft and he loses the money, suppose out of the theft, no property is left. So whether that property can be attached under the value of any such property. So this also we will deal shortly, and that is where the entire confusion is arising. On the one hand, enforcement agency is reading in a particular manner, the clients are reading in another manner, the businessmen people and the people who are affected, and the lawyers are reading in some other manner. So, and courts have 2-3 kinds of judgments on this. That is where another round of confusion is taking place. I will definitely deal with it. So before that, new amendment that is brought out with effect from 1/8/2019 in this 2(1)(u) also, that it says that for removal of doubts, it is hereby clarified that the proceeds of crime include property not only derived or obtained from the scheduled offense, but also any property which may directly or indirectly be derived or obtained as a result of any criminal activity relatable to the scheduled offense. What used to happen, suppose a person has done an offense from which he did not earn any proceeds of crime, which is actually scheduled offense, but no proceeds from there. But that person also did some other offense, which is not scheduled offense, but proceeds are earned from that, and which is connected with the scheduled offense. That other offense is connected with scheduled offense, but that other action is not scheduled offense, and proceeds are generated from that other offense. Then the law is saying The proceeds of crime include property not only derived or obtained from the scheduled offense, but also any property which may directly or indirectly be derived or obtained as a result of any criminal activity related to that scheduled offense. Now, what is scheduled offense? Broadly, we have already understood, but legally speaking, scheduled offenses are the offenses as prescribed in the schedule to the PMLA, which is divided in 3 parts, that is part A, B, and C. The scheduled offense is the genesis of the offense of money laundering, as there cannot be any offense of money laundering unless and until an offense provided in the schedule of the PMLA has been first committed. Though few people are saying that after some amendment has been made, this is also not a mandatory requirement, but I am of the belief that scheduled offense is a mandatory requirement. Unless scheduled offense is committed, the person cannot be booked under PMLA. Then, friends, as I have already discussed, there have to be 3 stages, as is based upon the conceptual framework of this law. That stage 1, there has to be commission of the scheduled offense, and then under stage 2, there has to be generation of proceeds of crime, and then the 3rd stage is necessary, where there has to be commission of offense money laundering by placement layering integration, that is portraying the bad money as good money. And then this I have already discussed, I can skip it. Then how the proceedings are commenced under PMLA. So the enforcement responsibility is with Enforcement Directorate, as we know. So it does inquiry and investigation. It can do independent inquiry based upon some information, or it does inquiry based upon the investigation conducted by other investigation agencies, SEBI, CBI, Financial Intelligence Unit, Economic Offense Wing, Income Tax Authorities, and other authorities. Then it can, for making inquiry, it can summon people under section 50 of PMLA for recording of statement, and the proceedings carried out by the enforcement officers under this law are deemed to be judicial proceedings under section 193 and section 228 of Indian Penal Code. So meaning thereby a person is bound to state truth before the Enforcement Directorate officer. And there is also a lot of confusion, I would say, or a lot of debate on this, that it has been prescribed under our constitution under Article 20(3) that no person can be compelled to self-incriminate himself. That is, an accused cannot be compelled to make a statement which can incriminate him. And there is then section 161 and also section 164 of CRPC, which talk about the admissibility of the statements recorded by the police, and which say no statement recorded before the police will be admissible. And about recording of statement before the magistrate also, there are some factors to it, that only it can be used for corroboration purposes, not on standalone basis, etc., etc. But then what will happen about the statements recorded under section 50? So whether this will disregard the constitution under Article 20(3), I mean, this is a big question, and there are many judgments on this. There is one 5-bench judgment also from the Supreme Court delivered in 1968 in the case of Ramesh Chand Gupta, and which was rendered in context of custom officers. So whether similar judgments will be applicable here, how the law is going to take place, because whenever the statement is taken by the ED officers, the statements are also taken in a custodial manner, in a custodial interrogation matter, because they have got the right to arrest also. So it is not possible that always the lawyer is present. It is taken in the absence of a lawyer also. And it is not always possible to ensure that the fairness, any bias or pressure is absent. So anything may happen. So on the other hand, the law says the person is bound to state truth. So whether he under the truth or whatever he is to state the statements which may self-incriminate himself, that is where the entire controversy with regard to the working of the ED, I would, in my personal opinion, strongly urge and submit is that because of not proper use of section 50, immense power which has been granted to the authorities under PMLA. Maybe they have heavy responsibilities on their shoulder, but here arises a need of making fair use of this power. Then they have got the power of survey, search, and seizure under section 16 and 17 of PMLA. And I will take it further. And then after this, suppose some records are retained, some records are found by the Enforcement Directorate, then they can retain this record And for this purpose, they have to file, they means the enforcement directorate has to file original application under section 17(4) of PMLA before the adjudicating authority. Now, suppose the ED is of the view that this person has earned proceeds of crime from so and so and is vested in so and so property. So then if that property is likely to be alienated, then section 5 of PMLA gives power to the enforcement officer, authorized officer, to make attachment of the property. And if any such property is attached, then the officer is duty bound under the law to make to bring it to the notice of the adjudicating authority by way of filing an original complaint under section 5(5) of PMLA. And the adjudicating authority within 180 days shall decide whether the provisional attachment order which has been passed by the enforcement directorate is to be confirmed or is to be revoked, that is released. And for that, proper hearing is granted by the adjudicating authority. And then proceedings for criminal prosecution, the ED can file complaint under section 45 of PMLA before the special court, that is court of session, for the criminal trial of the accused. Then I think we can skip this original application. This should be filed within 30 days, then adjudicating authority can decide the fate of original application, whether the original application to be filed by the enforcement directorate is to be allowed, that is retention of documents by the ED, or the valuables is to be allowed or not to be allowed. So that is where the controversy comes, because it is seen that in a routine number of cases, I think as a rule, as a matter of practice, the adjudicating authority is allowing all the original applications, even of those persons who are not directly involved in the offense of money laundering. But not much application of mind is done at this stage, and that is where some reformation is required, because there is a lot of suffering because of this inadequate deliberations or indulgence shown by the adjudicating authority at this stage. And then similarly, when original complaint is filed, then also the adjudicating authority is duty bound to in fact make application of mind on all the three aspects. Number one aspect, whether the offense has been committed, whether there are really ample evidences to show that offense has been committed, offense means scheduled offenses, and whether the proceeds of crime have been generated, and if generated, whether the offense proceeds of crime are same which the ED is alleging or far lesser than that. Because at times ED is not able to compute the proper proceeds of crime, so they will compute whatever comes to their mind, and sometimes the figure is disproportionately very high, sometimes 100 times even. 1 crore figure is sometimes comes out as 100 crore figure, something like that. So there also application of mind is required, and that is where the role of the chartered accountants come in, properly explaining that. But with due respect, I am saying that this proper application of mind is not done. So I mean, in majority number of cases, the POs are confirmed, even if POC has not been correctly computed. Then, sir, this I am skipping for the time being. The offense of money laundering as per section 3 is punishable with rigorous imprisonment for a term not less than 3 years, but it may exceed to 7 years, and shall also be liable to fine. And where the scheduled offense has been committed under paragraph 2 of part A, that is offense under NDPS Act of the schedule to the PMLA, then the maximum imprisonment is 10 years and fine. The prosecution under PMLA, unlike other criminal prosecution, is initiated qua filing of prosecution complaint as prescribed under section 45 of the Act. The trial under PMLA is a session trial and is governed by the provisions of CRPC, which I have already discussed, that there the trial will go independently, which will be subject to the provisions of Criminal Procedure Code. So friends, as I was mentioning in between, that there are various issues where there are some controversies. So I have named those controversies and summarized them as law in books and law in practice. So according to my little understanding, what the law says, how the law should be applied, but in practice, how the law is being applied. And before that, just one thing I wanted to share, that Interministerial Coordination Committee has been constituted by the central government, and section 72 has been specifically brought out for this purpose, and you can read various purposes so as to bring efficiency and coordinated working in the department, all these departments, that is SFIO, ED, Benami Prevention Unit, Investigation or the Income Tax Department, etc., etc. Then the first controversial section is this, which is raising controversy. According to me, it is not controversial section, but because of lack of clarity on the part of few, unnecessary controversies are being raised. So, as I said, the proceeds of crime means what? that very asset which is derived, or its value, any other property can be taken. So friends, in fact, though there is a lot of controversy, but I think it is unnecessary, because if you correctly read the law, it can be broken into these two conditions. Now, first situation, two situations have been envisaged under the law if you carefully read. The first situation is where the property is held in India, and the second situation is when the property is taken or held abroad. So if you see, the law is very clearly saying when the property is held in India, proceeds of crime means any property derived or obtained directly and indirectly by any person as a result of criminal activity relating to scheduled offense or the value of any such property. So meaning thereby they are saying value of any such property. Now when we talk about second situation, it says means any property derived or obtained directly and indirectly by any person as a result of criminal activity relating to the scheduled offense or the property equivalent in value. Now kindly see, in the first situation the word equivalent is not there. In the first situation they talk about value only, and this amendment was made later on, wherein the properties which are taken abroad, for that they have provided equivalent in value. If a person has taken the property abroad, then of course the law should give the decision to attach his any other property in India because of difficulty in attaching the property outside. So that is why the legislature has carved out a distinction that within India, if it is proceeds of crime, you attach. If it is not, no, then nothing. It is not any revenue raising statute, so that the exchequer should be compensated. It is if there are proceeds attached. If not, then he can be prosecuted for scheduled offense and for offense of money laundering if at all he has done those offenses. For example, a person, I will repeat this example, does some theft or earned some proceeds of crime, but he loses that proceeds of crime in casino or in whatever manner. Then whether any other property of his, say his plot of land which was gifted by his grandfather, can be attached. In my mind, no. Yes, if the proceeds were invested in those plot, and then plot was sold, say 10 lakh was invested, and then 10 lakh become 20 lakh, and then 20 lakh become was invested in asset become 50 lakh. So that proportionate amount, value means that proportionate amount, if is available in any property, to that extent it can be attached. But a lot of controversy has been created in this unnecessarily, which according to me, because of lack of evolution of the law based upon the judicial developments, that is the judge-made law, because of that only the controversy arising. But friends, I have got one good information to share with you, that recently Punjab and Haryana High Court given a very good judgment. I will read. So I was saying that whenever a legislature uses a particular expression, particularly in contradistinction of other expression, then there is an intention, and we cannot blur that distinction, that we cannot forget that intention. So that intention, that distinction has to be respected. And that is what has been recently held by Honorable Punjab and Haryana High Court in the case of Seema Garg. Very, very detailed and well-reasoned judgment. And on the similar lines, I have been arguing it for at least more than 1 year. In many cases, I have put written submissions before the authorities. On the same lines, Honorable Punjab and High Court given the judgment in the case of Seema Garg. Very skillfully and very well-reasoned judgment, friends, you will find. And this judgment of Honorable P&H follows the judgment of Honorable Andhra Pradesh High Court in Satyam Computers and Delhi High Court in the case of Abdullah Ali Bashraf. But it does not follow the judgment of Axis Bank, given another judgment by Honorable Delhi High Court, where a contrary view has been taken. Yes, any property can be taken, but this second situation was probably not envisaged. So with all due respects, because of not properly analyzing the second situation, interplay between first situation and second situation, that is why Axis Bank, properly this situation could not be appreciated by their lordships. And that is how in subsequent judgments, both the situations have been appreciated, their interplay has been appreciated, the intention of the law has been appreciated, and that is how the judgment is there before us. Then section 3, which I says, again, the same controversy which I put before you, that whether this end portraying or projecting the proceeds is necessary or not. Friends, because of this explanation, the problem is arising. Otherwise, there has to be necessarily the offense of commission of money laundering, by which the money has to be portrayed as clean money, and that is what the entire concept of money laundering is based. If you remove that concept, it becomes the same offense, that is scheduled offense. So I think some more clarity is required from this. Yes, this section 24 I would like to touch specifically for the consideration understanding for my all professional brothers and sisters and all the dignitaries sitting here in the August gathering. I'm really thankful to all of you that despite these tough moments, you have spared your valuable time to join here. Friends, you must have heard that under the PMLA, there is a reverse burden kind of concept. I will explain what do I mean by it. In fact, our constitution is based upon the concept that a person is deemed to be innocent unless proved guilty. And burden to prove that person is guilty is upon the person who is alleging him to be guilty. So it is said that this very concept is shaken under PMLA, meaning thereby the burden to prove that a person is not guilty is upon that person. He has to prove he is not guilty. So he has to discharge his burden negatively. It is right. So under section 24, the burden is being shifted back upon the person. But hold on. The irony is that it is a limited shifting. As I said, there are three things which should be existing. First, there should be scheduled offense. Second, there should be generation of proceeds. And third, there should be commission of offense of money laundering. So what section 24 shifts the burden is about third step only. But second step and first step, it is the burden of the prosecution only. As per the fine principles of criminal jurisprudence, the burden of proof that a crime has occurred, has been done by the person who is being accused, is upon the prosecution of commission of that particular scheduled offense. That thing is not being properly understood in many cases. And that is where the implementation of this law has become quite large, quite harsh, and that is where some amendment and clarity is required from the legislature and or by the respected competent courts of the country. Then, sir, under section 5, again, the reasons must be recorded by the enforcement directorate, but law and practice is either the reasons are not recorded properly or just the language of the statute is reproduced. So because of that, the law is not being respected. So that is why Honorable Punjab High Court in Seema Garg's case said that reasons are sole of the action of the authority. Mere reproduction of the language is not sufficient. With the cogent material, there should be nexus between the material and the belief. So that is where another improvement is required. And then, friends, I will be skipping some of the sections. Search with regard to some amendments are there, but I'm skipping because let's have some other session, the detailed discussion in this regard. Otherwise, you may find the law to be very tedious. And friends, before the adjudicating authority also, there are requisite safeguards which can be built in. That adjudicating authority will also record the reason that the person has committed the offense of money laundering before issuance of notice. But no such reasons are recorded, and notices are issued under section 8 in a mechanical manner. And that is how a very, very important layer of protection to avoid misuse of law, which was envisaged by the law, is being leaked out or being punctured. And that is very sorry state of affairs, friends. And that is where some corrections are required. For whatever reasons may be overburden about the adjudicating authority, reasons may be whatever, but I think somebody should show indulgence. And then there is some confusion because of section 8.4, which says immediately after the attachment of the order by the adjudicating authority, the ED has power to take possession. So this rule, this 5.2 and section 8.4, it has become so draconian harsh that because mechanically the orders are passed sometimes and these are confirmed by the AA, and then the power comes to the ED of taking possession, and that is really not justified or fair or not judicious. Without taking judicious actions, how can somebody's properties can be taken over, his possession can be taken over? I mean, unless the guilt is proved, unless the crime is proved, I think some drastic amendments are required as far as this provision is concerned. And sir, there are many other problems. I don't think I should discuss all of them. Yes, interplay. So friends, with respect to interplay, I will only say one thing, that now there would be cases where there is going to be interplay, that one transaction will be roped in and examined. I have already discussed at great length yesterday on this, that wherever the Benami transactions would be there are chances that there will be money laundering and vice versa. Rather, vice versa is more important. If money laundering is being done, then chances are that the assets are stashed in some other names. So Benami law will also trigger. What about tax evasion? Whether tax evasion leads to money laundering straight away? Tax evasion is a scheduled offense. Friends, as far as this issue is concerned, to that extent, the situation is light. Tax evasion is not one of the scheduled offense. But Evasion under Black Money Act is a section 50 and 51 has been mentioned. Certain sections of Custom Acts have been mentioned. Though tax evasion has not been mentioned, but some allied criminal activities while performing tax evasion, kindly beware of that. Be watchful, guide your clients properly. Suppose a person does forgery also, then does tax evasion also. The forgery is a scheduled offense, and every consequence may then follow. Power of arrest, yes, power of arrest with the ED, but proper reason and all that. But it is with it. That is what makes this law very harsh as compared to income tax law and Benami law. So here the ED officers have power of arrest if the reasons are there that the person is found guilty or is accused in the offense of money laundering. Then few case studies for which you are waiting. Very fantastic case study which is open before you in this slide. One distillery unit was set up in 2005. So some complaints were made by someone that it did some violation of Water Pollution Control Act. So complaints were filed to Pollution Control Board. Subsequently, water treatment plants were installed, and no further action except filing of FIR, etc. No further action was taken by PCB, that is Pollution Control Board. But the ED attached the factory or issued notice for attachment of the factory. We obtained status quo somehow. How it happened? How ED and distillery unit and offenses of this water pollution control? Yes. The reasoning given by the ED was that since extra water was discharged into the river, so this extra water discharging means say capacity was 50 KL, but discharge was say 75,000 KL. So 25,000 extra discharge means 25,000 kiloliter extra production was made by that distillery unit. And this 25,000 extra production means extra sales means extra profit. And that profit has been invested in that factory building. So they gave notice ultimately for the attachment of the factory as proceeds of crime. Though 500 workers are working over there. God, wisdom prevailed and status quo was granted by the appellate tribunal. But how much tension that factory would have been gone. So be very, very careful, guide the clients and the normal people very carefully that, I mean, the law with regard to this is to be understood. There is a wide spectrum between this law and many activities which keep on going. Then with regard to Bitcoin, somebody was talking about digital currency and all that. Now, friends, in one case, what happened? A company floated Bitcoin scheme. At that time, Bitcoin was not illegal. Subsequently, it was notified as illegal. But various complaints were filed against that company that they had been cheating, and countrywide complaints were filed, and the persons who were at the helm of the company were arrested. All right, their properties were attached. All right. But one of the investors of this company, who was just one of the customers, was close to the management of that company. And he was also taken as part in the conspiracy of the management. And that is how he was also made accused. And his FDRs were attached. Because that Bitcoin, he did not earn any money so far. Bitcoins were kept as Bitcoins. But dehors that linkage, the FDRs were attached. Because of this lack of clarity on the part of the enforcement officer in understanding the concept of value of asset as defined under section 2(1)(e). That is how, I mean, anything illegal, kindly beware, money laundering can pitch in any form. Yes, friends, this is a very, very important thing which I am now going to discuss with you. Time is up, so give me just 5 minutes by watch. And it is the important thing for chartered accountants. You would have noticed that the maximum number of cases are pertaining to bank default cases. That is where bank default has happened. How they become ED cases? Because whenever the loan default takes place, or even otherwise, if the banker files a complaint with the enforcement directorate that the loan was taken by so-and-so person by doing some forgery or by committing an offense of siphoning of the funds, so scheduled offense is committed because it partakes the mentioning in list of the scheduled offense. So scheduled offense is committed. And the loan so obtained is alleged to be proceeds of crime. So complaint is filed. Then ED swings into action. Now suppose it is a case of a big corporate structure and the loan amount was of the ticket size of say 1,000 crore or above. Then the proceeds of crime will be that 1000 crore, and wherever that 1000 crore of rupees has traveled, it will be proceeds of crime. I explain it with the help of an ant. If you dip an ant chitty in ink and leave it on ground or on paper, and wherever that ant moves, that it draws a line of that ink. The proceeds of crime is also something like that. It leaves a trail. Since it leaves a trail, wherever it moves, it becomes the part of proceeds of crime and liable for attachment under Section 5 of PMLA 2002. But the irony is that that corporate entity, the borrower, may have dealt with many people, many other businessmen, many other entities. Some of them may have entered with them genuinely also. So whose property should be attached, who's not attached, and the wide spectrum becomes open before the Enforcement Directorate, and powers under Section 50 of PMLA are used. And sometimes unwanted harassment is done. Sometimes scrupulous people are caught. Some mixture is done. And that is where I say, friends, the role of chartered accountants come here, that they can help in computing the proceeds of crime properly. How? This manner. Identifying the source of attached properties and differentiating it with the alleged proceeds of crime. Identifying the loan utilization in the attached property. Calculation of the correct value of any alleged proceeds of crime. Valuation of the property attached and comparison with the alleged proceeds of crime. Proper financial accounting and analysis. Preparation of money trail for the attached properties to demarcate the source of funds. Friends, sometimes this question is asked from me that the law is dicey, very confusing, overlapping. पर मैं इन सबके बावजूद भी एक बात कहना चाहूंगा कि बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन का आंसर आपको आपके अंतःकरण से मिलता है. सबसे पहले एज ए चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हमें जो सीखना है वो सीखना है कि हमें आर्म्स लेंथ प्रिंसिपल पर कैसे डील करना है अपने क्लाइंट से. So long as you are advisor, no problem. But if you become party to the transaction, there is a problem. Similarly for client also we can suggest. पहला क्वेश्चन अपने अंदर से पूछना चाहिए, फिर उसके बाद लॉ पढ़ना चाहिए, तब आप लॉ अच्छे से पढ़ेंगे. पहला क्वेश्चन ये पूछना चाहिए कि do I want to respect the law? If the answer is yes, you read the law, you will understand. And if answer is not yes, believe me, it will be very difficult to make compliance of the law. So friends, you have been very patient. Very many questions must have been raised and will be definitely raised. But I will tell you one thing, it may not be possible to answer all the questions, not because I don't want to give you time, because I am also learning like you. Because the law is such that the situations are vague, because the facts are so complex. But still, with full earnest and sincerity, I will try to answer whatever is coming to your mind now, provided that complex structuring is not done of the facts. Only issue-based questions may kindly be asked. So I will definitely try to be as precise as possible in giving my answer. So I think we can screen sharing, we can stop, and then I will attach my that PPT if you want. I do not want screen sharing, and so
PPT I have already attached.
All right. So friends, PPT I have already attached. I think I must convey special thanks from the core of my heart for making this session a quite interesting and enriching session by your keen participation and by your presence. And thank you very much. Now we can begin another round.
Thank you, Ashwini Taneja ji. It was really a wonderful session again, as always. आज कोई नई बात नहीं है. जब हम अश्विनी तनेजा जी को सुनते हैं ना, तो it was really a wonderful session. So thank you, and you have covered you have tried to cover almost every aspect coming out of this PMLA. A lot of queries are there. So Ashwini ji, I am going to read out the questions sent by our esteemed participants.
Sir, before that,
one
we can
by
take
one.
Shri RN Dash sir also on the panel, because he is our guru under PMLA, and we have the benefit of presence of Dave sir also on the basis of experience. Wherever sir would like to say anything, I mean, it will be helped and a precious guidance to all of us. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That sir also may kindly be taken on the panel up.
Yeah, he's
yes.
already on the panel.
All right.
Yeah.
Right, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, Ashwini ji, just only few seconds. I am happy that one of our chapter of ICAI, Bangkok chapter is office bearer Mr. Basant Kumar Dugar. He is there as participant. He is the vice chairman of Bangkok chapter. We are also have the kind presence of our previous office bearers of Pathankot chapter, Rakesh Malhotra ji, chartered accountant, and I am happy to acknowledge the kind presence of Sri M.M. Khanna ji, our former Central Council member, and S.K. Bansal ji, the past chairman of Faridabad branch. Sir, first question is, this question is from
एक बार अटैचमेंट और कर दीजिए गोपाल भाई, पीपीटी का बहुत सारे व्यूअर्स हमारे कह रहे हैं कि उनको मिली नहीं है, वो देख नहीं पा रहे हैं, तो एक बार दोबारा लास्ट में भी अटैच कर दीजिए.
Okay, let me attach again.
Yes, please sir, continue. विजय सर, continue.
Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. मैं भी जरा स्क्रीन थोड़ा आगे पीछे हो रही है. हाँ सर. This question is from CA Ankit Garg. If AO makes the addition and files the complaint with ED provisionally attaches the property, then CIT appeal passes order in favor of the assessee. What is the option for assessee before ED?
Look, this is a very normal trend which has become now. One department comes into action, other department piggybacks upon it and takes actions. But the law does not envisage this kind of situation where multiple actions are taken like this. So second action should be done only when A, the offense is also done here in this law, and also there is an independent evidence to prove, not because on the basis of borrowed satisfactions action should be taken. And if it does so, not only person is put to unnecessary multiple litigation and unnecessary avoidable hardship, but then it also collapses. So it is misuse of government machinery. So if the officer here in the second case is very sure that yes, there is evidence that offense has been committed and this offense is leading to the offense of money laundering, then whatever AO or CITPL does not matter, then offense of money laundering will continue. So that is how I will do. Yes, sir, next. Des sir, whenever you feel like adding on to something.
This question is...
It is like this here, unless an FIR is filed, it will not be a case for ED to exercise jurisdiction. Because ITO or any assessing officer can file a complaint of a possible money laundering, but the ingredient needs to be looked into by ED separately, ensure that conditions are satisfied, and after satisfaction note, they can take action, and that will be an independent action, as you correctly told.
Very right, very absolutely said. Yes, sir. Next, sir, please.
Yes, sir. This question is from Mr. Sameer Agrawal. If an accommodation entry operator converts the proceeds of the scheduled offense under PMLA without knowing the same, or someone borrows the illicit money from a person who typed the money through a scheduled offense under PMLA, sir, kindly let us know whether the accommodation entry operator or the borrower will also be booked under PMLA, as they are innocent and no mens rea on their part.
Yes, sir, may kindly pitch in.
Yes, these kind of cases are very common, because when proceeds of a crime is regularized by entry operators, by giving cash and taking a check, they actually abet laundering of money. They may not know that there has been a scheduled crime committed, but it will be their burden to prove it. But since proceeds of a crime has traveled through them, so it becomes proceeds of a crime always, even if you are bona fide, and it can be attached. The question of whether he commits money laundering offense requiring prosecution and conviction needs to be proved by him that he has not been involved, he is bona fide, he didn't know anything, he was doing it arm's length, it is his business, entry operation is his business, he is not unconcerned about what the other person is doing, he may have to explain all these things. So, in such a case, he may not be tried for money laundering offense if he can prove it, or if he is tried, he will be exonerated. But fact remains, the money that remains with him, any amount of money that remains with him, will become proceeds of crime.
Sir, this question coming from the YouTube channel. This is from Sushil Kumarji. How Black Money Act and the PMLA Act are related?
Very important question. In fact, I may forget to mention about the interplay between the two. Now, one thing is common, at least, that under Black Money Act and under this, now it has become a scheduled offense, violation of Black Money Act. So whenever violation is done under Black Money Act, so that if that money is used in laundering, that PMLA Act will also come into picture. One thing. Another thing, now Black Money Act violation takes place where a person has some asset outside India which he is not disclosing in his return here in India. That is the whole concept of Black Money Act. Now under PMLA also, if the person has done any money laundering in India, or if he takes assets abroad, both are liable to be attached. If he is here, then liable to be attached. If it is outside, the India's territorial jurisdiction is extended because of the latter derogatory route, and also because of the arrangement which this PMLA law has enabled Indian authorities to make with other countries. So if somebody is owning a flat in USA, that can also be attached if it is proved to be proceeds of crime. There are a few such cases which we are handling like that. But under Black Money Act, they talk about payment of taxes here only, because if a person becomes resident, he will be compelled to pay taxes. That does not talk about attachment of property outside. So there is going to be a strong interplay between the two independently, but one may have bearing on the other. Yes, sir.
Sir, this question is from Mr. Basant Kumar. Yes, this question is from Mr. Basant Kumar Dugar from Bangkok chapter. What are the kinds of acts inclusive in AMLO coverage? Is it more than the OECD model guidelines on AML?
Sorry, sir, your voice was disconnected.
This question is, what are the kinds of acts inclusive in AMLO coverage? Is it more stringent than OECD model guidelines on AML?
That is what I mentioned in the beginning, that some of the laws which were mentioned, some of the offenses which were mentioned were heinous crimes only. But when it reached in India, it expanded its wings every year. And the wings are so large, now it has become an omnibus kind of legislation. Though Dasser is of the opinion probably that it can include any kind of law, but the attachment should take place only once the offense is proved. Though I was also saying to Dasser, but according to me, there should be separate laws to deal with the other things. If PMLA's birth has been given, that is how the powers have been given. It was a special purpose act for ensuring that heinous crimes are not committed. The backbone of the person who is there doing heinous crimes, that is broken. So if the purpose was that, so only that kind of grave offenses should be here. For other things, other kind of legislation may be created. But that is how, I don't know whether we are going to give this kind of piece of advice to other countries. that under MLA law now you can include all kind of offenses, or we are ourselves going to change this and going to bifurcate this law into two pieces. I think this is a matter of subject of discussion and debate. And I and Desh have also yet to sit for that, and also and to brief Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhuji on that whenever he will be going to represent G20 meet, because this is going to be the biggest question today.
This question is from.
I must clarify slightly here. It is not OECD, it is FATF recommendations. India is fully compliant about FATF recommendations, and they do mutual inspection every year. This year's inspection is delayed because this COVID-19, and every time it is done in India, India's law and implementation comes out fully compliant, unlike our neighbor Pakistan, which is in the grey list.
Very right. Actually, I would add here one thing more, that India is earning accolades in not only here under FATF but international tax matters also. I am member of International Association of Tax Judges, and that is how I get an opportunity to attend the conferences of IATJ, which is headquartered in Canada, but conference is done at any part of the world in any country. So in the last meeting, when I discussed there that in India, this country has brought out Benami law kind of thing, and our tax jurisprudence is taking place, that so many new sections have come up taking care of these kind of things. So, I mean, they were pleasantly surprised that in terms of tax legislation, probably India is far ahead than many countries have told. So it is earning good, name as far as this legal implementation is concerned, drafting and evolution of law is concerned.
Okay.
That's what is rightly said.
This question is from C. Arpan Bansal. These are the two questions. If a person deposit POC of 2 lakh in bank and total balance in the bank account is rupees 12 lakh, the balance of the amount from valid sources, then only balance amount will be confiscated or the full amount of 12 lakh. The second question from Mr. Arpan Bansal is, can provisionally attach property which in the joint name and they prove the property purchase is without the POC according to the agreement to sell? And if no property is derived from that money, then still PMLA will be applicable?
But this is the biggest question which everyone is facing in the country, and I try to reply in my part of deliberations. First of all, I will answer the first question, 2 lakh versus 12 lakhs. So if the definition is read properly, again, and I will seek guidance of Honorable Justice Dave also, maybe now or later on, because 2(1)(u according to me is clear. It is saying value of such property. It does not talk about the value of any other property. And that is how the distinction is created in two situations. And if distinction is so clear, then only that property should be attached. Only that 2 lakh should be attached, not remaining 10 lakh, not at all. I am going to this extent of saying, suppose a person did theft of rupees 2 lakh, he lost the money in casino. And his no other property can be attached. He can at the best be tried for the offense of money laundering under criminal law. He can be punished. He can be put behind the bars, but no other asset can be attached. And that is what has been discussed at great length by Honorable Punjab and Haryana High Court in Seema Garg's case. One of the reasoning given by the judgment is also that ultimately the special court is required or is allowed to confiscate the property which are found to be involved in the offense of money laundering. So only if that property can be attached, meaning thereby here 2 lakh can be attached, confiscated. So if only 2 lakh can be confiscated, why to allow the ED to attach entire rupees 12 lakh? That is, attacking the very concept. So they are exceeding the jurisdiction. That matter should be clarified as soon as possible. And as far as second question is concerned, answer should be taken from the first. When no property is derived from the proceeds of crime, why it should be attached? According to me, law does not allow. If it is being done, it is against the law. And that is my personal understanding. If Dessa wants to add anything on that or anybody else, I'd be most happy to listen and hear and analyze it further.
I may add here.
Yes, Dabe sir, kuch kehna chahenge.
I was just saying that proceeds of crime, you have to just look at that. You can't add something to that. You say if 2 lakhs rupees as the proceeds of crime, how can you touch 2 lakh and 1 rupees? So beyond that, you cannot touch. So at the most, you can give direction to the banker that retain 2 lakhs rupees. Don't permit him to withdraw these 2 lakhs rupees. Beyond that amount, he can withdraw. Attachment would be quite 2 lakhs rupees only. I'm also a student of Act here. So but I think from sound common sense, I can say that beyond 2 lakhs rupees, nothing can be attached. Definitely not.
Okay.
Very right.
Sir, this question is from Mr. C.A. Brajesh Agrawal. Say one person or entity siphoning of funds out of the bank borrowing is crime under IPC. Say the total siphoning fund is approximately 1 crore only. However, the same entity also taken accommodation entries amounting to rupees 10 crore. The source of cash not traceable. Can this accommodation transaction become also part of the proceed of the crime, though there is no FIR on this issue?
Yes, sir. May kindly clarify this.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Basically, when the investigation starts, they will certainly investigate the accommodation loan, this thing. Depending on facts of the case, they may, if there is evidence that the money that was cash that was given for accommodation loan came out of some crime, then only that will go to make proceeds of crime. If it is purely a tax evaded money, then it will not become part of proceeds of crime. That's it.
Okay.
But one thing I would like to add here, one should be very clear if he's not doing any forgery, cheating in that process.
Yes.
Creating any forged document in doing this exercise. So the situation is not that as light, as clear as one may imagine or visualize.
Okay.
A small offense like that, small issue coming up will make the entire money proceeds of crime.
Very right.
That is.
Sir, CA Pramod Narulaji from Delhi, he has asked one question. At what stage the ED steps into? Once two agencies like income tax investigation and the CBI find no link with the any scheduled crime, whether the notice of ED is illegal?
Yes, sir.
No. I'll tell this thing. You see, ED can step in once there is a FIR indicating that some scheduled crime has been committed, and whether any other agency, CBI or whatever it is, they may be investigating that. Because of the definition of offense of money laundering, ED can simultaneously, that was the crux of my argument today, ED will start also investigating that simultaneously. Recently, what happened, this during this Tablighi Jamaat issue, the day the CBI filed the case, the Delhi police filed the case, next day itself ED also booked a case and started investigating for money laundering. So, meaning thereby, once ED gets a jurisdiction, money laundering offense stands on its own. Till that is not done, money laundering offense cannot start. But once that is done, money laundering offense will come into play and ED will have a role.
Sir, this question is from Gaurav Kumar. Dear sir, if bank accounts of a company are attached provisionally by ED for the offenses levied against the promoter, what is the recourse available for employees to get the salary from bank account?
Actually, before Dasab gives his view on this, I would like to portray one more real problem which most of the companies or borrowers are facing and many are being affected with. Particularly in these bank default cases, suppose a banker has done a default and so it's a borrower has done a default, complaint was filed and action was taken by ED also, and then matter reaches before the appellate tribunal of PMLA, and then there all accounts are attached of that borrower by the ED, assets are also attached. Then borrower says, he comes forward with a plan, he says I am ready to pay rupees 300 crore rupees back to the bank, so kindly release our bank account let us encash these assets and bringing somewhere money from outside and let me pay. Now, banker will say, yes, we are ready, pay us. But the ED, who was in fact engaged by the banker, the ED will, in most of the cases, will say, no, hold on. This has now become the tainted property. The only right to touch the tainted property is with the ED. So this property cannot be given back to the banker also now. Ultimately, the purpose was to bring the bank's money back. But they will not hear it. They will say, no, nothing doing. The law says it is a tainted money. And law says it should be attached and ultimately it should be confiscated. Confiscate करने के बाद क्या करेंगे मालूम नहीं. और confiscate करने में जो 10 साल निकलेंगे उस प्रॉपर्टी का कैश होगा कुछ नहीं मालूम. लेकिन हमें confiscate करना है. और जो बैंक को मनी वापस जा सकती है वो नहीं जाएगी. Reason, law says like this. It has got overriding effect. So that is how, unfortunately, this law is being, implemented in some cases, not in a very rational way. And that is how this entire controversy had taken place between the IBC, who has got the overriding powers, the IBC, court, that is NCLT, etc. They had got the overriding power, or the ED has got overriding power under PMLA. That is how this section 32A was brought out in IBC court. That is how the government has to file, union had to file affidavit in JSW case. So this controversy is still going on. Some clarity should be brought out in this. And that purpose is defeated.
Sir, this question is from CA Ajay Kumar Agrawal. Sir, can you take practical example for invoking of PMLA provision and SFIO on any auditor who has signed the balance sheet of accommodation entries provided by the companies, though fraud or schedule offense in that company?
So do you want me to say something on the basis of which notice will be issued immediately by SFIO? What do you want? It is a case where connivance has been done. So if fraud has been done, then section 447 and section 212(8) of the Companies Act will come into motion. SFIO comes into motion. And if any offense has been done, which is scheduled offense, and if any fees has been earned by that person by doing this kind of forgery and all that, so ED will also come into motion. So, I mean, anything bad is definitely, anything illegal, not respecting the law, is definitely going to have dire consequences. Gone are the days when laws used to be punctured. Forget about it. Be compliant of the law, unless it is difficult to avoid the problems.
Sir, this is a question from Vibhor Garg. Sir, what if the scheduled offense is not proved against the party? Then what will be the status of the case?
Yes, sir. You will pitch in? Or?
This,
Yes, sir.
yes. This is also an issue on which there are some controversies. But indeed, once scheduled offense is not proved, then it stands to reason that the money laundering offense fails. Because money laundering offense piggybacks the predicate offense. But what has happened of late is that the lawyers of ED are arguing that money laundering offense, after it is launched, is a standalone offense and it needs to be pursued separately. There is at least a couple of case laws at High Court level which says that the moment the predicate offense falls, the money laundering offense falls. So it is weightier on the side of, not weightier on the side of ED, but for people who can win the case in this matter.
So this question is from Delhi, from CA Vijay Gupta.
Just 1 second. Actually, this controversy becoming more stinging because of some amendment which is being misread by some people. That is addition of explanation 1 of section 44
Yes.
PMLA, which is now saying the jurisdiction of the special court while dealing with the offense under this act during investigation, inquiry or trial under this act shall not be dependent upon the orders passed in respect to the scheduled offense, and the trial of both sets of the offenses by the same court shall not be constituted as joint trial. आई थिंक उसको गलत समझ रहे हैं बिल्कुल। इंडिपेंडेंट का मतलब ये है कि अगर इंडिपेंडेंटली भी प्रूव हो सकता है तो प्रूव करेंगे। ऑफेंस तो प्रूव हो, पहले वो ऑफेंस तो प्रूव हो, तभी तो। वो ऑफेंस ही नहीं प्रूव हो रहा, जो ऑफेंस ही नहीं हुआ, शेड्यूल्ड ऑफेंस ही नहीं हुआ, तो फिर प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम कहां से होगी? प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम नहीं होगी तो मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का क्वेश्चन ही नहीं है। So I think again this is gross misreading and shaking the entire structure, which is wrong, I believe.
That is a condition precedent.
Yes, sir. That is a condition. Yeah, very right, sir.
You must come to that conclusion that is a procedure of crimes.
Yes, yes, yes.
CA Kailash Gupta's question is, if the property purchased in abroad and nothing is in India, what will be the consequences?
Abroad by doing money laundering or how?
The question is silent about anything. If the property purchased in abroad,
Assume that,
Ji, sir.
assuming that it is from laundered money, if it is assumed that laundered money, ED has the option of attaching property of equivalent value, corresponding value in India, or to send letter rogatory to the corresponding government of that country to attach it there and proceed as if he is a money launderer in India.
yes, this question is from CA Jacker. He is asking my question with respect to the first situation. Agent host is talking about offense committed within India out of his offense, like criminal trespassing of the property within the country and claiming as untainted. Does this amount to money laundering?
Sir, could you hear? If you could hear, you can please answer.
Should I repeat?
Question I could not follow it.
Should I repeat again? That is as the present host is talking about offenses committed within India out of his scheduled offense, like criminal trespassing of a property within the country and claiming it as untainted. Does this amounts to money laundering?
I don't know. Basically, it is not a scheduled offense. If somebody commits, I don't know, trespassing is not a scheduled offense. But there are scheduled offenses. If somebody commits a scheduled offense, because of the scheduled offense or anything, any other crime related to that, if there is a proceeds of a crime, then it will become money laundering under Indian law.
Okay. By criminal trespass, he would not be earning anything unless there is another offense committed by that person. There must be some another offense. By criminal trespass, he would not be earning anything.
Nothing.
Sir, this question is from C. Dinesh Gulati from Delhi. Sir, even though PMLA Act came into existence in 2016, is it applicable from the previous effect?
PMLA came into with effect from 2005. Right. Benami came into effect with 2016. PMLA does not have much retrospective effect, except in a peculiar kind of a situation. In the case of Hassan Ali Khan, Bombay High Court allowed certain continuing offense concept, but that is for only those cases where crime has been committed prior to the act coming into existence, but laundering took place after act came into existence. So, in those cases, in such a case, the PMLA Bombay High Court gave that verdict that was only for those kind of situations. Otherwise, there is no case of a retrospective operation to my knowledge of this law.
Okay. This question is from C.A. Bhupinder Jeet Kumar. A sold a property to B, who was later on accused of money laundering. A received full consideration from B and possession was also handed over to B. Could be made, the property was attached. A gets notice from adjudicating authority under section 8 subsection 1 asking for source of income, earnings and assets even when there is no reason to believe that committed offense under section 3 or is in possession of proceeds of crime. Neither is any allegation against A in the complaint, nor is there any FIR for scheduled or any other offense against A. Does A need to prove his income and assets acquired more than 10 years ago?
Sir, your voice is breaking in between.
Could not follow.
मैं रिपीट करता हूँ. A sold a property.
क्या इसमें चैट बॉक्स में आ रहा है क्या क्वेश्चन? हम वहां पढ़ सकते हैं क्या?
हाँ, ये एक्चुअली चैट बॉक्स में काफी सारी hundreds of other things are also there. So हमने इसको उसको कॉपी पेस्ट करके ना इसको वर्ड फाइल में निकाला हुआ है चैट बॉक्स में भी.
Let me try to give some answer this way. You see, whenever you buy property or sell property or whatever transaction you do, a due diligence has become necessary in view of this law. So you have to also, it is necessary that instrument of a transfer should also reflect that this due diligence took place and the parties affirmed that either the property or consideration money does not have any proceeds of a crime in it. It should be there. In that case, at least it will become a bona fide transaction. So I sell my property, or somebody sold my, I sell my property to somebody, somebody gave me money. Under the impression that I gave my property and I got the money, why should I look at the color of the money? That is erroneous and will land somebody in a trouble. If that money is proceeds of a crime, the property will be attached and they will also attach the money in my hands. And thereafter, the matter will go to adjudicating authority tribunal like any other case, and I have to prove my bona fides, prove that it is not the property I have sold and the money that I got becomes tent-free and the property in his hands is proceeds of a crime because there is no alteration of a valuation. There are many things to be proved there. Then only it will become, the matter will rest. Till that time, it will become a proceeding before the civil side, and if there is any corresponding value is reduced or something, then there is a possibility that they may array the person concerned for money laundering crime also.
Sir, I can see Amit Khemkaji is also there, probably amongst the participants. He is tomorrow's speaker. So I think you can introduce him for 2 minutes because most of the questions which are left are related to his jurisdiction. He may answer it tomorrow if still left.
Yes.
Okay. Khemkaji is there.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Good evening, ji. Good evening.
Very good
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Amit ji.
तो बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन सर आपके जुरिडिक्शन के ज्यादा हैं इसलिए हम उसको नहीं ले रहे हैं.
Correct.
अभी भी आप बोल सकते हैं, नहीं तो कल आपको लेने हैं सारे क्वेश्चंस. आप सेव करके आपको देंगे.
Right.
It's a fantastic audience, I suppose, and they are very, very agile to whatever is happening here, and they are participating with such zeal. I think I'm going to have a tough time tomorrow.
Sunil ji, last 3 questions. Whether this question is from Anil Garg ji, whether share capital addition in hands of a cloth trader under section 68 of the IT Act, Income Tax Act 1961 can be brought to the mischief of PMLA?
Actually, I already tried to answer this question. That tax evasion as such has not been mentioned and under the list of scheduled offences.
Okay.
Therefore, to that extent, it is not. But I also gave a word of caution that be careful, any other allied offense is not being done.
Okay. This question is from Rajesh
Yes.
Sudan from Delhi. If EOW completed process and filed charge sheet and accused is in jail, is it possible ED goes again to inquiry? This is in relation to bank fraud.
Very well.
It is possible.
It is possible. It can do anything. Of course, it can begin afresh.
Okay. This question is from, name is not clear. In case of BLML, if a firm purchased land in the name of employee in Uttarakhand, being the resident of Uttarakhand, one can come out of provisions. Yes, sir.
So apparently transition गलत लग रहा है कि in the name of
Might be
employee,
Benami, but money
It is a Benami matter. Another.
he has probably not seen yesterday's deliberations.
Maybe.
So it is straight away Benami.
Right. So,
Should not comment.
If he uses proceeds of a crime, also, then apart from big Benami, it will also come under PMLA, and both the persons will be arraigned. The person in whose name property is held and the person who earned it through crime.
okay. So these were the questions from our esteemed participants. So let us, this is, अभी देखें तो हम 7:15 बज रहे हैं. The scheduled time was to finish, it was at 6:30. This shows the, I would say, the keenness of all the participants to understand this topic, to have the queries, to have the answers. So to conclude, before I conclude, my sincere thanks to Honorable Member Raj Sabha Suresh Prabhu ji for sparing and coming to address my esteemed participants. I am thankful to R.N. Das ji and Ashwini Taneja ji that really giving a very wonderful talk and giving the answers to the queries of my participants. I am really thankful to Anil R. Dave sir, the former judge, Supreme Court of India, that again he has come to this webinar today and assisting us in understanding the law and understanding the case. And my sincere thanks to each one of the participants who were there throughout the webinar and making this webinar a very successful by their participation and their queries. And my thanks to my entire young team of CA First for this all the arrangement of this webinar. Tomorrow we're going to have another session, that is the third day of this webinar, on the offenses and prosecutions under the various economic laws like PMLA or Benami Act or Black Money Act. And we are going to listen first to Sri Sunil Talati ji, our Honorable Past President of ICI. And after that, Sri P.K. Malhotra ji, who is the former Secretary, Ministry of Law and Justice. And it will be very great to hear Mr. Malhotra. And after that, we are going to have the wonderful session by Sri Advocate Amit Khemka ji, who is the senior advocate of Supreme Court. So again, I request you all that be there tomorrow at 4:30. And again, the same request, again, I would repeat that please circulate this webinar's information amongst all your colleagues. And especially आज मैं इस चीज को और ज्यादा जोर दूंगा, कल रात को मेरा WhatsApp खराब हो गया है, तो I am able to send the SMS from my mobile on the WhatsApp. So it will be very helping hand from each one of you. Please circulate this information to your known persons. So with this, Ashwini ji, we are concluding. And I'm happy that again, even at 7:15, our more than 100 CAs are more than 100 participants are there, and a good number of participants were there on YouTube also. So thank you very much, and thanks a lot for your all the encouragement. Bye bye and good night.
Thank you, Ashwin.
अरुण किशोर जी भी नजर
Thanks,
आ
sir.
रहे हैं आज मुझे, very senior member of our profession. राकेश कपूर नजर आ रहे हैं मुझे, और प्रकाश चंद गोयल जी again, sir, welcome from Ludhiana. I tried to find out MM खन्ना जी को मैं दोबारा से thanks करूंगा, acknowledge करूंगा. MM खन्ना जी, our honorable past CC member, Central Council member. Dinesh Mittal ji भी हैं sir. And really it is encouraging to have a convergence of all wonderful members here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Sumit ji, Priya, Shivam, Yuvka, thank you all. Gopal ji,
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
bye bye. Thank you.